Hello, hello. Mic test, mic test, chat test. I have to repeat that again because I don't have the application to read out the chat open at the moment. Okay, there we go. We are ready to start. Okay. I've got the project open right here. Going over the task. I'm going to sit down already. Been standing here and just researching some things that I want to buy. Want to change something about my camera setup and need to buy a new thing. I don't know what's a clam. Let me see research what that is in English. Pretty much know what it is, or I forgot the word. I'm not a clamp. Yeah, it's a clamp. Yeah, it's a clamp. Yeah. I should have just. I don't know. Just I thought it's clamp, but I wasn't sure. I was searching for a clamp for the setup. Okay, let's get some music going before I forget it. Usually forget that. Yeah, okay, so the log for today, log on 9th of April 2025. We still have to do some bug fixing before we can work on the extension and work on the tutorial, the documentation, and then we have a release. So there's still a lot of steps ahead, so I can't really predict a release date. With how things are going, is like every second day I have something where I come up that distracts me from working on the project, which is not good because this is all I should do right now. Yesterday I did some paperwork for taxes and gov funding and other stuff. Yeah, that just took the whole day. I'm also sick, so I shouldn't complain too much. I've been sleeping longer than... Excuse me. Than I would like, but... when you're sick the whole time like me, yeah, so that's how it goes. I'm feeling better today. I've got more energy. But it's... probably really should have gone see a doctor. Since I feel like now I'm over it. But if I would have gone to the doctor at the start, I probably would have gotten something to help me get over it faster. But it could also be that he would just say, yeah, you're sick. Here you go. I'm also not sure why I get sick all the time. It could be really related to my training job, you know, because I have contact with a lot of children. They usually have more contact than the average people. So this way I'm always trained on being immune against most of bacteria and viruses. Yeah. And I also always am at the risk of getting sick. Maybe, let me maybe research that. School teachers sick more often? It's just something. I don't know. I guess maybe there's a study that says hey, people who get in contact with more people, especially children, get sick more often. But I don't need to study for that. That's basic logic. On the contrary, if I just stay inside and do my work here, my immune system is going to suffer a little bit from being some kind of mono diet in bacteria and viruses. Okay. Let's focus on the work now. Memorize fix the pain function. That's the first thing that we want to do. We're going currently the fix pain function is bugged. I don't know how I bugged it, but it's bugged. Also, the hotkeys don't work anymore, which is a little bit annoying. But you can see that the pain function, something I messed something up here. Yeah. I paint in, and look what happens over here. Every time I paint something in, you see that the pattern starts to sort. Let's change that again. But if I change it over here, now they are all right. Like I start drawing, the random pattern will go away. See that they start sorting themselves, and the more I draw, the more they will sort themselves, so that in the end they just don't seem to sort themselves this time. Really weird. Okay, you can see it kind of here. That now the outer rings in the circle, they have gaps in between, but the inner rings don't. That's weird. Yeah. So I think the function is completely bugged right now. Obviously it is bugged because it's only drawing one stone, and then we have to look into that. Yeah, so when we set this up, that's all right. It looks like the outer circle has a ring, but that's random. Yeah, it's completely random. Yeah, so let's not overthink it. That will be the first thing to do. And then we have some quality of life changes or smaller bugs. This is quality of life changed. This is a bug. And then we have cleanup to do. Yeah. This is still a feature. Let's put this. Put this before commenting at least. There's also something there. Where we in the list where we sort the brushes, we have to make sure that we use all the attributes that are currently in use, and then we just have to do some cleanup. Yeah, so pretty cool. At least I'm looking forward to having the paint and erase function for today. Yeah, that's the main goal for the first part of today, and I will I should be able to stream at the evening again. I might be able to okay. I say I want to get this done all today. And let's just try it. I think I will fail. But let's try it, okay. But sometimes I think no, I closed it. That was not my intention. No. Okay. Let's go. So if I want to do this really fast, I have to really focus. As I say, I don't I think there's going to be something coming up that is going to slow me down in the end, but at least let's give it a try. For God's sake, let's not try to let's at least try to make it happen. So if it doesn't work, I can say, okay, that wasn't my fault. Yeah, pretty much. Because if you try hard, I can still say it's my fault in the end because I didn't do this or that, or didn't come up with this or that. But that's not how it works. It's like, think of a kid. You throw him into a football match against people who are way superior, and you blame him for losing the match. You could blame him for not even trying. Then you could really blame him. But if he would really try hard, would you say, okay, you did do a good job? Pretty much no. Because that was out of that was out of his control. Okay, let's go.
Hi John Schnee.
Hi.
Schnell.
Hi, what's up? Jojo, first time. What's up, my bro? You're chilling a little bit? Okay. I guess I'll just keep working then. There are some open questions around here, where currently for this function, I really need the brush to implement the function where you can place the sorry, the points around the main point on the world. Yeah. So currently, there's the center position. That one over here, and for every function in the that you have with the brush, you need to determine the center position where in the world. Yeah, I cannot think of I do not think it is a good idea not to define this function. Yeah, and this mouse to target direction, this is in 90% is always going to be the same. Like, you want to take the position of the mouse, cast away straight forward and hit something. Yeah, as you can redefine this function. Yeah, but in most cases you don't want to. Yeah, like there are some things that can be quirky. Like right now, I have an offset with the mouse. And when I change the Z position over here, so you could possibly make some changes over here. Yeah, that's possible. That you might say, okay, I want this not. Now it has an offset, and if you want the mouse to be on the offset, it would kind of defeat the purpose of having an offset here, to say, okay, I want the objects to be underneath the mouse. Because currently, what is happening? The mouse is casting away, and is hitting a point. The point would be behind that stone over here, and then it changes the Z position 30 units behind that stone, and that's over here, why you see that offset. And you could redefine how that works with this mouse to target direction to maybe hit that point. I don't even know what you want to do with this, and have this display 30 units behind that plane, and that's that position. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, so you could do something like this. I wouldn't recommend you to it's going to be a really specific case, but you can change the algorithm. Yeah, but in 90% you just want to hit something, and you want to go from the mouse position and cast away straight forward, and the target intersection. I think that yeah, I think that that's not even what it, yeah. I think that you would still change it in the get target intersection. You wouldn't even touch that for that. So I don't really know why you would want to change how the mouse interacts with the plane here. Yeah, so I say that's a very specific case, and I think it's really hard to get to think of a case where this algorithm is not what you want. So what I'm trying to tell here is, I'm just trying to come up with the case pull it out of my ass to have something where you want another algorithm. Whatever, you can redefine it, but in 90% you just want to inherit this function and not change it, and that's why it is over here. And you see that it is virtual, so you can override it. I don't know why you would. So next thing, get target intersection. You would need it for basically every tool. I just did go inside of Adobe. There's a problem that I'm not a 3D artist, so I would have to talk to a 3D artist what they would want in a tool. Well, and it would have to be a really long talk to it's not something the usual 3D artist would even know, how to map this circle on something that is not a plane but a 3D mesh. Yeah, and to map that, it's not easy. I actually don't know right now where the shape is. I think that's defined in the tool, because you see that shape, yeah, that brush shape. It works very well for a plane, but I think I have to forward to how do you map that circle on any shape. Yeah, that's kind of what is of the question here. And with the current method, where you have all these points around the center point, with that method, it works. Yeah, it works, but it's not quite right. You still need another function. So with this, you can you can if make an algorithm with a circle, and you can get the intersections here. And map it on a 3D surface. Yeah, if your 3D surface is then that, you would get the first point, then get these intersection points. Yeah, and then just draw lines over here, smooth them out to make a smooth circle. Yeah. Or you have your circle and you map the circle and make sure that the circle goes through that point. So I think that would be the method. And then it get, but that's you have any shape, because in a texture brush, for example, you maybe want to have this shape. You maybe have this shape. Yeah, why? Because I don't know. You have surfaces that are rectangles, that are grids. Yeah, some games use grids underneath their internal logic, and then you need something that can work with that. Yeah. So there's a problem here. Yeah. There's a problem here, and it's not solved. And I don't think I can solve the problem when I don't know the question. And I don't know the cases yet. They will come up. These cases, they will come. I basically have to do the I'd have to do something in 3D that requires these things to truly be sure to handle all the cases that they are. So the basic algorithm for this shape, for example, how do you get this shape? Yeah, it's easy. You get this 4 points, map that onto the surface. Yeah, but then you still have to cast at the edges of the shape, and then that's why I'm like, ow! You can't make infinite casts here. Of course you can, but that's bogus. Yeah, like go for every point on the edge, just the edge, and make this every frame, and you're basically dropping FPS in the editor. Unusable. That's bullshit. Like I could open. I could open something that actually uses brushes, but that could take a lot of time. It's going to Doom Eternal. Can we open the? It has the studio. Where's the ItTech studio? Play? No, I don't want to play. Mods, play mods, no. Creations. It's studio. Create new mod in its studio. I don't know if launch with custom arguments. It's studio. Where is that? So if you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I basically just open my studio where now they have a lot of brushes and has some settings that I can actually just look what they do and copy from that. Okay, there. My awesome mod. Okay. It's a little bit weird that the main window opens full screen and closes itself. That's a little bit weird. Now this is ItTech 7. Yeah. This is a customized version of ItTech 7. So I haven't made any mods there, so I'm probably going to suck at this. Pretty much. But this is how they define their editor. Yeah. And I think it's really cool to look at other editors. I should probably make a mod in the studio. Just don't have the time because I want to basically finish my current project first. And you also have to learn a lot of things once you go into another engine. It's the same thing as with Unreal Engine. I want to be able to learn something in Unreal Engine. We'll do a workshop this weekend on the 12th. That's on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday I will make a workshop course for Unreal. Really excited to learn a little bit how to do. I think it's a 2-hour course, so we won't do something in depth, but just excited to talk with real engine developers, Unreal Engine developers in depth. Yeah. So I want to be able to see how they do that. So they have brushes inside of here. And interestingly, very interestingly, they don't have they don't have a circular brush. That's interesting, yeah. Maybe because it was easier to code. So with Attack, I know that John Carmack was still involved in Attack 6, I think. So this goes back to the basic game engines that actually worked. Surface Inspector. So we get some warnings here. Not sure if that's... I thought it would open an inspector. Yeah. Okay. I probably need to entity inspector enough. Something. Oh, there is an entity inspector here. So if I go into view and surface inspector, does something happen? No. And it will say it can't find action, handle this. I think that's a bug. So we can debug entities, but not surfaces. Sucks. Context sensitive inspector. That works, but where's the inspector? Windows editors. World editor. This is the world editor. Okay. So they've. I really like that there's not that many things that you can do. Keeps it clean, but I probably would need to make to learn from a tutorial first before I do anything. And now I select a brush and I don't know what to do. You know, select a brush, okay. Comb brush. Sides. 4. Something bugged. Okay, I don't want to have a bug. Okay, I think I'm wasting my time here. Because I need to learn the basics first. View grid. Okay, I think I don't have a plane. That's why I don't see anything. Yeah, I also don't know how to navigate. Yeah. World camera. Yeah, the world camera doesn't show anything because there's nothing there. Okay, we haven't done anything. Hey, can you like my preview? Yay, that's... Oh, it's making a like map every time we do something. That's cool. Let's go into the world editor. Okay, let's try to add in a plane. Tools. think this is something like NavMesh. Add a layer. Can't do that. Okay. No. Map manager, what's that? Hmm. Okay, I think editing it overall like this is not going to be possible without a tutorial. I think. Yay! Looking at another editor, I think I could also open Blender right now and just do the same, be lost in 5 seconds. And then, so I think this is an issue of time. Yeah. Oh. That's a huge thing. And I think having the tool to map any point around the main point is enough, though, because making that into a volume or any surface, that's up to the tool again. Yeah, how do you display your circle? That's up to your tool. Yeah, that's up to your tool. So we're going with a plane tool because it's easier, but once you know, if you have a circle, for example, and you now have to map it onto a surface, you can request any point and get a coordinate out of it. But if you want to have the points on each polygon to correct the points on each polygon, it's up to the tool. The tool has to determine then, okay, if this is on a mesh, then I want to request every point at the edge of each polygon and get the coordinates out of that, map the circle onto the edges, yeah, and then display here, and display my preview circle around that, yeah. And then once you have the edges here, then you draw the line from edge to edge. It's still hard. I still don't know how. But you basically would have to make a mesh, a 3D model at one time of the circle and map that onto the mesh. I don't know how to do that. So, yeah. And I have to go into 3D function, and I pretty much have to take what is there. There's also a limitation that you can not go over 256 points on your mesh. And I have no idea how they do that, because a terrain, for example, a terrain easily has more than 256 polygons, easily. I know it's a thing for objects though. Oh, it's only a thing once they have physics. Physics. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Once they have physics, then you have this limitation. Okay. Yeah. So it's not a thing. Because the circle is static, so the 256 limitation shouldn't matter. I'm just asking myself, do I need any other function to make this work? What else could I possibly have? Oh, actually, you know how you could do this? Ah, no, that wouldn't work. I just had the idea of, instead of mapping a circle on this surface, you could map, have your terrain with your center point, and then you just make a spear around that center point, and you show the intersection of that spear. Spear. Let's passen wir uns. Sphere. Pronounce that. Sphere. Okay. Sphere. Sphere. And then you map that onto the surface here. Yeah. Be actually better. But then you want a polygon, any kind of gon, hexagon, any gon. And you can't do a sphere anymore. Okay, that wouldn't work. At least that's one algorithm that works, but that once you want to do something else, it would work with this sphere anymore. But you could map any shape like this. Like now you have a cone, and you map the cone. It has a very distinctive upside. Yeah, well, you actually actually just a workaround to get it done in one time, or in editor one time. Yeah, not in application one time. And the problem with that is, look at that cone, can map it onto the surface, and you also can get an easy function for any shape, yeah, to map that. Yeah, you can basically do this with any shape. That's cool. Do that with the whatever gone, with the hexagon, polygon, quadron, quigon, doesn't matter. Can sorry. You can map any shape. But it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same as I once showed that on stream. You have your point. You would get the brush normal. Like you have a mouse here, the mouse goes there, then you get the brush normal, which would be the direction of that curve. Like, yeah, pretty much. You get your brush normal, the direction that the Qn surface is pointing to, and then you cast your shape on top of that. In this case, it's hard to see the problem. And then you have your points, for example, for the prefab brush, where you map this onto the surface. Yeah. But here's the thing. You're not going to end up with a circle on the surface. And that's the... I think that this is how a brush works. I think this is how a brush works. Yeah, I pretty much think this is how a brush works. Okay, I'm repeating myself. In some cases, like you have this brush radius over here, you map that and you're going to end up possibly with a shape like this. Oh dear, now I have to. And when you look at this from above, the shape possibly would look like this. I think for a terrain brush, that's okay. But what if you want to make sure that the distance on every from the middle to the edges is always the same? Yeah, that's and this is where I'm like meh. Like, you have a brush that says, okay, let's place prefabs at the edges here. I think this is the best. Prefab brush is the best example for problems. And you have your main intersection point, and then you have these other points. Yeah. And if it looks from above, so this is from above, yeah. This is how it looks from above. The distance from this point to this point is obviously the same, not the same as the distance between those points. So A and B should all, if we define that A and B must be equal, yeah, in this case A would not be equal. The distance from center point to the outer point would not be the same. That's why. And how do you solve that? Like, it works perfectly on a plane. On a plane, if you have a plane, yeah, since your mouse is here, you go here, but since you get the brush, the plane normal, and then cast your thing, you're going to end up with perfect distances. Yeah, the distance from for A and B would be the same, right? And then you're going to cast your circle over here. Yeah, no, it would be an egg though. So this, but A would be equals B. The distance between these points, there would only be floating errors, maybe rounding errors, but the distance would basically be the same. Doesn't that work on a hill though? And I'm like, no. I basically would do more math to prove that. And I also don't know the problem with that. Yeah. And away. And just what if, yeah? What if it matters? What if that matters? I don't know. I don't really care. Okay, but then why do things? Okay, let's not go into philosophical questions. I think with the ability to cast any shape just as a flat 2D shape down onto the surface, you get most things out of it. Like it works very well at one time. It won't drop your FPS. And that's why I think, okay, there is one algorithm I really think is very useful. But I can't come up with a different solution. Yeah, what do I want? What I want is, this is actually not what I want. This is a solution, an abstract solution to a problem that seems to be solved like that. But I think this is just an abstract solution. What I actually want to do is to go in, not if I have this surface, I don't want to cast any cone onto that. I want to go in here, go down this distance, go down here, yeah, go the distance, and have these points, yeah. And once I've reached the end of this, I would have to, yeah, you go this distance and you just say, like on foot, you can just measure the distance and say, okay, the distance on the surface is always A, yeah, and the distance from A to B is always the same, because you just go. But there, and I think that's the best algorithm, but it doesn't work at one time. Yeah, at one time that's nonsense. Okay. I think we could maybe still get it to but for prefabs that would go. You would, sorry, you would need to have a for prefab that would go a prefab brush that only has 7 points, and actually would work. It wouldn't be that much of a problem. You can't go each distance, because if you really go in code, each pixel over here until you reach the distance, you're going to do an infinite loop until you reach the distance. It's not good. But you could go and just go the distance as a step from here, one step, and like go over here, then cast that down, and then correct itself until you get to the right distance or something. Not sure. But if you imagine a plane here, like this, and now cast it down, you see that this is not the same as this point has a different distance in this point. Is that the case though? think yes. Yeah, no, it can't be. It can't be. And I think in this case, you might even be able to end up with the distance. Here in this case, you might have this point maybe has the exact distance that you define from this point to this point. Actually, the user has to define that by himself. That's something that I cannot. The user has to know what he wants. Does he want to have this distance, the distance over here, this distance, or this distance? Yeah, I think these are the main three things that you want. I think in a terrain brush, you want to actually have this distance. Yeah, normally. And there's brushes. If a terrain brush, and you want to cast, you don't want to take the plane normal. You want to cast from above. Yeah, it's like, why would you want to do this? Like, there's good reason for that. If you have a grid in a game, and you want to say, okay, now this point in the grid, and the grid is maybe not shaped like a circle, and then you do this, cast down from above, below. let's come back. And I got the best idea. We don't have this. Thankfully, so if that would be the case, it would be we wouldn't have that solution. Yeah, a solution would be to take the mesh, which is some kind of vector, and take the vectors, calculate the the distance from center to each point, and you would end up with some. You would end up with a very complicated mathematical solution. I think it's solvable with vectors to have some kind of algorithm that maps the a circle onto any surface, but that's actually not what we have. There's one thing that I made too complicated. You actually never have this kind of thing. It's always going to be like this. Now you can have more points in between, depending on the resolution of your game. But in games, thankfully, we do not have real curved surfaces. At least not in this engine, yeah? And if somebody comes up with the game engine that has real surfaces like that, you basically would need AI to provide anything to interact with that. You really get into high math, and everything you do on this surface with the physics, it really would take weeks to come up with the correct algorithms. Yeah. Maybe for a mathematician that is good in geometry, it would be faster. But programmers.
Hi Bud, what are demonstrating?
Oh, I'm demonstrating nothing. I'm trying to come up with. I'm checking. I'm checking right now if I have everything in the code. This is the code for the mapping right now, and I've basically, when you go into the surface, I have the main code for the center point. Yeah, when you look at the center point over here, it's the algorithm that you always would need. You would need for any tool that you have. How does that go to any surface, whatever you want? Then you define the intersection point that you want. And for I think this is true for every tool that you need that is active. So every tool would need something how to map the center point to the world. And then I was like, okay, now we have this brush matrix to world function. And I see cases where I don't need this function. Yeah. And then I get into an argument like, how do I map a brush to the surface of anything? Yeah. Like, this is why I draw a hill over here, draw the circle, and then I'm like, okay, how do I map a circle around this? I've done the same thing. Yeah. And this is what I'm thinking about right now. But how is it going in anything else? It's really coming down to the point where I'm just doing the quality of life changes. Yeah. Like I've been working on making the paint function work again. The tools work, and currently I'm doing minor bug fixes and quality of life changes. And what I'm thinking about here, I'm like, okay, with a circle on any surface, it's going to be impossible to do that at one time. If you go in with the circular shape in here and map that onto any surface, your FPS would drop really hard, because it's an algorithm that just wouldn't work with everything. Yeah, but that's actually not the case, because in the engine everything has polygons, so we have finite we can make the assumption that everything is a polygon in the terrain, and has a finite number of equation that we need to do, because we don't need to make steps on a real surface. If you would have this on a real surface, you would basically need, I don't know, better math than I have.
You lost me at circle, but I hope we're able to figure it out.
Actually, when I looked into another engine and all the brushes, you can guess how they do you know ITTech? Do you know what ITTech is? Like, let me write that in the chat. Maybe you've read that.
NOP.
Nope. Okay, it's ITTech. So I've looked. Yeah, I've looked into ITTech 6. So it's just another game engine, and they solved the brush solution like this. There's no circle. They literally have, every brush has to define edges. Like, you cannot go with anything that is not a gon. Yeah, they have from polygon to octagon. I don't know. They have it until 9. You can define any shape, and they just don't allow circles. I think I know why, because it's easier to map the thing onto anything. Yeah. And then you can go in and say, this is my center point. Go in the distance, 1, 2. Okay, here's my edge, and do what you want to do. Spawn a prefab, draw a surface, or do something else from these points. Yeah. So, yeah. But you still would have to have the function of this matrix to map it onto the world. So I see why if you have a matrix like this is a matrix with a center point, and then you have 6 points around it. You could have 3 points around it. Yeah. The only way where you would not need this function is if you only have the center point. With everything else, to have it possible to do it at one time, you need to have edge points. Yeah, with a circle, you only do that with some kind of trickery. You would always go from the center point, cast maybe a shape onto a terrain. And that's one thing that I have in here. This is if you cast a cone onto a surface, then you would also end up with something that you can use at one time, because that's an easy algorithm. It's not the same as drawing a circle that has a guaranteed distance to every edge. And I'm like, how would I do that? I don't know. Does this function work for that? Yeah, it would help. It would definitely help, because now to draw a circle onto any surface, I will need the center point for sure. Yeah, I will need the normal that I want to work this with. Now I don't know what the user wants. Some users want a normal that goes like this, and then you have the plain normal. But some users would go and say, I want this to be the plain normal. Something that goes up from flat onto your terrain, and take this as a normal for your brush if you want to have spacing, equal spacing from above, like in a grid game. Then it wouldn't matter what the surface is, as long as it's from above, has your field 1 has this texture, field 2 has this texture, so you would take the plain normal from above. Yeah. And I'm like, I see this case where you want the equal distance between each point, and I'm like, yeah. So how do you do this with something that is a circle? And don't mess it up with an algorithm that is super complicated and doesn't work at one time. So it's maybe not even complicated. It's actually very easy to write an algorithm that does that. If you say, okay, I'm just going to go finite steps in every direction until I have the distance, well, that's not going to work at one time. Especially if you have a circle, and the circle has a lot of points. So I'm kind of irritated of how do you do that. But on a mesh, it's much easier. I still would have to rely on the mesh, and I would also have to see what kind of methods a mesh provides to find a solution to the problem. You know what? Let's just look up into Unity Mesh. Look into the function that we have. Do we have a function to map any shape? Property? Methods. Okay, I have no idea what a blend shape is supposed to do. So let's look that up. What is a blend shape? Ah, that's for animation. Okay, that is not important for us at all. So you would blend one shape to another. And I actually don't find what I'm looking for. So I find all the vertices. Can I set vertices? Yeah, I can. You could make a shape brush. I don't see anything to map anything onto the surface yet. With what we have, we can make any algorithm. We have all the tangents, triangles, and normals of the mesh. This is basically everything we need. Surface. A little bit harder to get the surface. Well, okay, so let's do up Unity. Map surface to map. So he says screen to mesh surface for hit. We can do that. Reflect that vector and place a projection towards the mesh. It's so this method on the texture setting. I think it's just setting 1 pixel, which is odd. So with the texture with a really high resolution, you probably would go in here, do something, yeah, do something, and you wouldn't even be able to see anything because it's just 1 pixel onto a very dense surface. Yeah, so they don't provide how do you do it with any shape.
Are you feeling better?
Yes, a little bit. So I'm still not healthy. Yesterday I was like really tired. I was doing paperwork. I was super tired, but I'm feeling like I'm getting over it. I'm not really sick. I say that I need to be in the bed for the whole time. I was sleeping, but you see, yeah, I still have symptoms of sickness. But I can fully work. That's the only thing that matters to me. I can't do a workout though. Yeah, so I could, but it wouldn't be that nice. Yeah.
I ordered the Blue Yeti mic. Your mic looks good too.
Oh, thank you. I actually have 2 mics. So the thing with this mic is this is not my best mic. Yeah. So why do I use that? Let me show you my best mic. So this is my best mic over here. And if I try to get this in the stream. Let me set this up. Also has, see, the setup is a little bit more complicated, but I use this if I do some voice acting. Yeah, for voice acting I use this microphone because it's much better. Let me try to get it working in OBS. Test 1, 2. Yeah, now you can listen to the other microphone. I don't hear what I'm saying right now. Can you confirm that it is working?
I can hear it.
And how does it sound?
Yes.
Does it sound better?
It sounds like more bass.
Yeah. So this microphone is a little bit more expensive, and I think it is better for recording. So when I'm recording and I look at a lot of quality things like how good it is at default when it's recording nothing, this one is just better when I see what record nothing. But the type of microphone does not allow me to move a lot. So if I move back like this over here, it does not record as well as this microphone. Yeah, and this is why I usually only use this microphone for recording, but for normal use, daily use, I use this microphone because this has a better cone. When I move back, you can still you can understand me a little bit better. Yeah.
Do you do voice acting often?
Unfortunately not. Let me take... Yeah, okay, now...
I like to listen to a lot of audio books.
So, when I do the games, I try to voice everything. Yeah, that's also why I I do some research in AI voice to anything, so I can change my voice. I haven't done that fully, but that's something that I will go in the future to just for female voices. It's just easier to speak what you ever want to speak and format that to another voice, so you don't have to hire voice actors. Yeah, that's maybe tricky by me, and voice actors hate this trick, but yeah. I think is I've been doing StarCraft maps in my past and Warcraft maps, and I just hate it if you if you have these expositions of what is happening in the scene and you don't have a voice. Then in the game you play the campaign and everything is voiced, and I was like, yeah, but now when I do things that are voiced, that seems cheap to me. Yeah, that's why I started voice acting everything. And I also have been amateur actor in school. Yeah, so nothing advanced, but yeah, I've got amateur actor experience in theater. Yeah, like, don't consider me to be on the same level as somebody who does it as a main profession, because voice acting takes a lot of time. The main thing that I have is I have to re-record a lot of lines because I stutter, I pronounce things wrong. There's also the problem that I'm German, so I have a natural higher barrier to pronounce things in English the correct way, and I have to do a lot of research, and I usually try to not base my setting in native English speaking country, so that it is a little bit more forgiving. And people say, okay, this is somewhere in Europe, and the you can hear that there's some kind of accent. Yeah, so there's a lot of tricks that I try to pull off, and then I still have to get the right tone and voice and edit afterwards. Maybe change the pitch and effects and filter the noise out and all that stuff. Yeah. So it's a lot of work, yeah. And a voice actor alone, he can focus. I have to do the programming, the filtering, the editing. Voice actor can focus just on the mood, the pronunciation, and you also think about what does that character do, what does he feel like, what would he sound like, what would he think, can pull off some tricks in how you make pauses, the speed. When I'm recording my voice, I also have done some tutorials for the assets that I do. I've to really tone down the speed that I speak with and concentrate on having really short sentences that come down to the most important things. So that also helps a lot. Yeah, but it's a lot of work. Yeah. So I wouldn't actually be against hiring voice actors. It's just more convenient to do everything by yourself, especially if you just have a couple of lines of voice, and then you re-record things. That's really inconvenient. If you hire voice actors, you want to have your thing ready, want to have your code ready, your script ready, record it one time, and be done with it. And then you basically have a time frame of until everything is finished, and you release your voice actors. This is where you want to be done with re-recordings, because you're going to re-record some lines or make smaller changes, or sometimes you have a recording that failed and you detect it later, where you see, okay, that's not working out, or you detect some kind of noise inside of the recording where you have to redo it. If you hire a voice actor, it's really hard to do. I've also worked with other people, and the re-recording thing, that's the main thing that is in my problem, to get to the people again, let them come up again and re-record. And that's also the thing that if you have people, if you pick random people and do voice acting with them, they don't have the patience. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. But I've worked with amateur voice actors, and if I'm not happy with the recording and say let's change the tone or something, they don't know what to do, and they mispronounce things or have monotone voices. It's kind of annoying, and then they don't have the passion to go inside and try to make the perfect recording. Yeah, they try to get it over with and have their voice in whatever content you want. But after that, they are pretty much done. And I'm not too happy with amateur recordings. It takes more time than I would like to, and the quality of the recordings are not that good. So, Blue Yeti mic. You ordered a Blue Yeti mic. Don't know what that is. Let me look that up. Ah. Okay. It's a microphone. It's on the it's do you intend to use the Blue Yeti mic? Is that it? Do you intend to use that on a desk?
Yes, that one.
Yeah. Do you intend to use it on the desk or on some kind of
It has
arm?
4 modes. Yes, on desk.
Oh. Yeah, I think on the desk it's really convenient to have it there. I usually use arms though because I if I should just show the camera, I really try to go overboard with the cable
It has
management.
omnidirectional cardioid stereo and bidirectional mode.
Oh, like I go in here. I've also you can't really see that. I can change the mode over here. Where I can change the direction, but I always use one setting.
Yes, like that, I think.
Yeah, that's also something that is really convenient to be able to change the cone of the microphone. So it's really nice that you know that, and consider it when you buy your microphone, because I think most people don't care really about that. I actually also don't care about that. It's something that you learn because you have to if you want to get the best quality out of it. But actually, you want to have a microphone that is just good, and yeah. Yeah. Can I see the? Let's try to find
walk
that
around
setting.
sometimes on my streams, so omnidirectional would be good for me.
Yeah. So every setting comes with its ups and downs. That's the same thing why I'm used to microphones. Yeah. And the quality between microphones can be worlds, in my opinion. Yeah. But once you go into a level where it is sufficient, like with this microphone, I think this is sufficient, and it also has LEDs, which is nice. I just like LEDs, obviously. Obviously, yeah. Once you have a sufficient level of sound quality, I think it's a little bit up to taste what you want to like. Maybe somebody who is into sound editing will disagree with me now, because when it comes down to recording more than voice, you basically need a set of microphones. But there's a reason why audio recording is a job. Yeah. I also thought about putting a microphone on my desk, just to have the convenience of it. Actually, I started with this one on my desk, but I like to have my cable management. Let me show that on cam. And let me try. Get the camera off. Hello? Come over here, baby. Yeah, my desk. I try to always have no cables at all. Yeah, all the cables that I have are going straight into the cable management tray. So the thing is, if I put anything here, like here's something to drink,
Nice.
yeah, that I always can work with it really fast. And sometimes if I do anything where some USB hardware, I don't have to make free space on my desk because I already keep everything nice and clean managed. Saves me some time, and that's why I also use microphone arms for everything, because it's a little bit harder to set everything up. It takes some time, and I would recommend it to normal people to set up everything like me, monitor arms and everything. But if you work, this is basically the space where I live. 90% of my time, 70% of my time, and it really makes sense to have everything cable managed really nice. Monitor arms, I have 4 monitors, and I have monitor arms for that. I can raise and lower my desk, and to get everything working with a nice clean cable management is not easy. I also have 2 lights. I have cables for the recharge station of the headphone, speakers, cam, and mouse, keyboard, Stream Deck. So a lot of cables over here. 4 monitors, they need their power cable, their HDMI or DisplayPort cable. So that's why it's really easy to have all the cables around your desk. Yeah? And in my case, if I wouldn't cable management, that would be a mess. Yeah, and I haven't been cable managing most of my life because basically of money constraints and time. Cable management costs some time, but I think you get it out, and it really feels nice once you have this clean desk and you don't get distracted by anything. You can put anything on it and work with it quite easily.
More efficient to work in a clean environment.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing why programmers tend to have a clean folder structure. It just saves you time at the end. Yeah, so managing your folder structure or your desktop and everything costs time because you have to manage them, but you get that time out at the end. And it's the same with desk space. Doing the management and can really come up with a lot of time. Especially if you go like me and also say, okay, it has to look nice, and try to really hide the cables. But if you focus on basically just the practicality, get all the cables away from the desk, you gain space, yeah, and can do other stuff, and that's nice, I think. Yeah. Do you do cable management, or do you just put everything on the desk and then get the cable into the PC? Like that's basically what you need to do. I mean, there's not many cases where you wouldn't like cable management. Like if you want to be really mobile, then you would want.
Yeah, my desk is a mess. I've been in camping traveling mode for some time.
Yeah, if you want to be really mobile, then you don't want to cable manage too much. The con is if I can't just put take my monitors anymore. I have the monitor. I cannot put this down. I have to really take a screwdriver and get it from the monitor arm. Yeah, so that would take more time. And then I have to get the cable, go through the cable management tray, get to the PC, take the cable out. You're not very mobile with a lot of cable management. Yeah, so that's the con. On the flip side, I never actually considered camping traveling with my PC. This PC is built for being stationary, or quite stationary. I don't intend to bring it to any convention or something.
I just have my laptop.
Yeah. Actually, do you have a Mac or a laptop? Actually, both are
An extra
laptops.
travel monitor.
Yeah.
MacBook Pro.
MacBook Pro. Oh. I think you answered that. You have M3 chip, I guess.
I have a good traveling setup. I'll show you on stream sometime.
Yeah. Yeah. Next time I'm on your stream, I want to
Apple
see
M1 Max.
M1. Ah, the M1. Yeah. But that's really good. At least what I'm not a Mac user.
2021.
I mean, that's still quite new, actually. Now you get the impression that because there's the M3 chip, and I think the M4 chip is coming out right now. I'm not sure about the current state. Let's not look it up. It gets outdated, but actually it's still pretty new, 2021. And I hear that a lot of users said the M1 is basically what you want to have, and you don't need anything better. And the newer chips M2 and 3 get hotter. And that is one of the benefits that a lot of people say, hey, I want this M1 chip because it's quieter and doesn't get, and my laptop does not get as hot. So, yeah. I think the M1 chip is really something where PC users or Windows users should be a little bit jealous about. Or I am a little bit jealous that Apple for once did something good. Yeah. Okay, I want to get going with some task. So with the mapping over here in the diagram, I think that's a problem for another time. The brush to world matrix has to be there. You basically have to know when you have a brush how to map the outer points to the world. You need to have more things than the center point, but for more difficult shapes or so, that has to be defined in the tool, not in the mapping. Yeah. But you need to be able to request any point on the brush to world algorithm, and then what you do with that is up to the tool again. Yeah, so I can't do everything here. And so in practice for plane and most terrains that I can come up in theory, this works. But I can only say that for sure once I do other brushes and I'm not there, and I won't be there for quite some time. I can sometime where I can say, okay, I will do other brushes. I can really prove that these two methods are all you need. As I say, I think there are cases where you don't need this algorithm, yeah, or where this algorithm wouldn't work. Maybe you would need the target though in this algorithm. When you have a mesh, you need the target actually. That's a change that I would maybe do. We would maybe need the normal. Oh, this is the brush normal. You will brush normal. The target needs to be in here. Here's the thing. Most of the algorithms here don't use a target. But I can't guarantee that you don't need the target. If you want to cast anything on the mesh, you would need to get the target mesh and do your thing on that mesh. But with the target, but if you get the target in the parameter, I can guarantee that you can do basically anything. And you can also just give it a null target. That doesn't matter if you don't need the target at all. Yeah. Okay. So I will say that this task has been solved with that. Just to give it some more thoughts and come up with more flexibility in the algorithm. And the question mark, is something where I need to find. I would come up with the actual algorithm for terrain brushes or sculpting brushes, or what was it? Prefabs, terrain, sculpting, texture brush, maybe a mesh brush, but that's basically all the important types that you would have, and I would have to come up with a algorithm for that in practice before I can say any more about the mappings. And if they need another method that I need in every kind of mapping.
Town hall.
Oh, okay. Goodbye. I'll be off in 5 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be turning the stream off actually, because I just see the time. So I'll be back at
Okay, have a nice day.
Yeah, I will be back at 20 o'clock, I guess. So yeah, until then, or maybe not, have a nice day. Okay, so for today, I just see the time. I thought I can do one more task, but I can't. But I'm still very, very happy what I was able to do today. So fix the paint function. This is done. Paint is working right now. The eraser now works on root. The hotkeys for active and action tools have been fixed. Actually, I'm working now. The menu items locations have been updated. Reselect active tool when brush is changed, if possible, has been done. And I've done the mapping base class algorithm. At least for now, I think I can close that task until it comes up again. Because I don't see any other way to any other need right now to change this structure. With giving it the game object that you're working on, if you have the brush normal, the brush position, and the matrix that you want to map, and that's everything that. With that, you can basically do anything. Then you get out the any point around the brush, map any kind of brush shape, as long as it is finite. We cannot do infinite brush shapes. You would kind of need some trickery for any shape to work. For circles, for not just a circle, just a filled out circle. Yeah, you need to do some trickery. Doing that at runtime, right, is going to be too complicated. Yeah. So you actually. For now. Because I know that you can in games, I've seen that people can actually map any shape on any surface for targeting, even during runtime. Yeah. So I will come back to that again and try to find the correct fix, but I don't know. I don't know it yet. Add serialized field to mapping and tools that defines with which brush it will work with. Yeah, that's going next time. And memorize if fault outs have been opened. Most importantly, I have to work on the attributes. They don't do anything right now. I have to work on that, and after that, I'm pretty much into some other cleaning up. Testing. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Pretty cool. Now I can really... I wanted to have this task done before I say I can really see the end, but no. Okay, thank you for watching for today. I'll be off, giving some training, and I'll be back after that. So I still have to do some paperwork. That's why I will stream at 20 o'clock, not at somewhere for that, but yeah. I'll be off. I have to hurry up actually. So see you back, and thank you for watching so far. Thanks. Bye.